Well, good morning. Happy Monday, June 1st, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I make sure everything's happening nicely here. The stream is trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. Yeah, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I am watching is captured on my monitors and the stream in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. The usual disclaimers, apply. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that is not my intention here. But this is my live trading journal, so that means that I trade live here on Bookmap, which is my execution platform. And I anticipate the setups forming. If and when they do and the trigger fires, I enter the trade and then I manage the trade. So there's that. There is a disclaimer in the description, so please read that because that's important. Now, see here, so everything's going along. I did my first Globex and Asia Open stream last night just to see how everything went. So I'm making sure that I have everything set back to today's business. Okay. Yeah. So here is the Bookmap, which is my execution platform. And as I said, I capture these two primary monitors, my IRT charting and Bookmap execution, on the video. And my voiceover here, or this narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking. I don't take trades which I have not pre-identified and verified statistically that setup has an edge, expectancy, or, probability, whatever you want to call it. Expectancy is the most correct term. And so because of that, nothing is a surprise. So as a setup starts to form, I narrate that and watch for it. And if the trigger fires, I enter the trade. And then we manage the trade and we move on. That's how it works. So let's get on with the first order of business here, which are the reports and the numbers. Now we have the S&P and the ISM PMIs out this morning at, I don't want to do that, I'm pretty sure. ISM and PMIs out this morning at 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is my original news source, investing.com. They track traditional economic reports and numbers. Notice that the event title, that's earnings. We don't want earnings. Notice that the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. If you don't know what S&P Global Manufacturing PMI is, you can click this button and you'll find out all about it. You can filter these this news source and Financial Juice for whatever reports you want to see and wherever you are in the world. I like this one because it focuses on traditional economic stuff. PMI, PPI, non-farm payroll, FOMC events, Also, there's earnings, as we just saw. Earnings are pretty much wound down for this season now, so that's a good thing. There's hardly, that's all there is for today. Sometimes those are a couple hundred long. So, yeah, 9 o'clock is going to be the number. Now, the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And this one is different, that differs from investing.com in the reason that, and it's the reason that I want to have it up also. They do pull non-traditional economic events into their calendar through the day. Events that anybody associated with the markets for the last, year or so knows has a large risk potential for the auction. In other words, Trump's going to say something. No problem. It's no political comment. He's the president. He can say what he wants. He can have all the meetings he wants to have. But as traders today, our first objective is to maintain or preserve our account. The fundamental way to preserve your account is risk management. If you don't know that risk is coming, you can't manage it or mitigate for it. So I appreciate when they pull those random events into their calendar. Also here on the right, we have a squawk box, which I also appreciate. Iran has been all weekend for the last few days, ships have been transiting the Straits of Hormuz without issue or any, I forget what they called it, where the American Navy was supposed to escort them. None of that's been happening. And Iran everybody's coming and going, pretty much getting back to normal. Never mind what the U.S. guys do or don't do. So that's a really good thing there. I'm sure it irritates probably Trump, but and maybe that's why they're doing it. But on the whole, for the economy and the population globally, I think it's a good thing. Let's move on to the pre-market. I don't script this stuff, but I try to kind of follow along normally. So investor RT is my charting, and as I said, Bookmap is execution. This is investor RT. First thing to notice is that each one of these windows in the header, there is the instrument, the chart type, periodicity, and the session. There's the name of the chart, but doesn't mean anything to you or anybody but me. So disregard. This particular tab, these four windows are for the micro, except for the market profile, which I do not switch between mini or micro. I leave it on minis. I do change between full session and RTH session. So mini ES, micro ES, micro NQ, the high time frame micro composite chart for the micro ES. So let's start at the top and look down. This one is, again, header, micro ES. It's a 1 day chart, and it's for the RTH session only. So each one of these candles represents an RTH trading session each day. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, which is this yellow boy over here. And these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. The values for these high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. And then, as I said earlier, there is a mini, same configuration. Let's see what our volume's up to today. 73%. That's kind of been running This looks back at the previous 20 trading sessions and compares this percent volume against average for this time of day. And this is the ATR on a 1 minute candle for this time of day, 1.5 points. So let's have a look at Bookmap. Well, there we go. First of all, from the right, micro composite column. This is where I enter manually all-time high, gap high because we are gapped up from Friday. Gap being where we will open to where the previous close. Now, this is the previous close. It's 90.5. Well, it's supposed to be 90.5. There we go. It's going to be 90.5 in a minute, I promise. There you go. Is 90.5. The range is based on the previous high or low and as it relates to where we open. I used to trade that as a gap. Ooh, look at this. Something happened big time that they didn't like right there. That is that's a big spike. There's somebody said something nobody liked. There's no news. There's no events. This had to be geopolitically driven. There's no volume, you know what I mean? There's no market reason for that. So this is the world we live in today. Unfortunately, I long for the days when we looked for traditional. Now, this is the first week of June, so by definition, the non-farm payroll will be this Friday. It is the first Friday of every month. We've known that for 35 years. I like that. I don't like this stuff out of no place, but this is the world we live in and the trading environment we're in now. This is the high and low volume node column. You see the high volume node there. The full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the full session or the Globex, not the ETH, which is 1700 last night until 0830 this morning at the RTH Open. This is the RTH session volume profile on Delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. The high and low, this is the statistical open or statistical column, which is real important to me. We'll go through that in a second. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap, continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening until 1600 on Friday from my machines. And if these session prices would be helpful, I share them freely. Just drop, like, subscribe, of course. Drop a note in the chat when you're saying hello and that you'd like to have the session prices, and I'll hook you up with it free. It's my pleasure. It is and I push them up to Google, so it comes from Google Drive, and I think that eliminates any question about, bugs or nefarious behavior in that. And it is a CSV link to Google Drive. So there you go. Let me know if that could be of help. Now, this is the book, and this is the price levels. I don't have the dome here anymore because I don't trade it or use it to execute. But obviously, the book or the resting liquidity is critical, super critical. And these are the price levels for every price. These are limit orders, right? Now, if you notice in the heat map over here, there is no indicators, nor are there any on IRT. And I try to keep all of the colors consistent for the purposes of the stream and myself. The IBs are this green color. The mid is red. The VWAPs are the purpley looking thing. The developing POC is yellow, you know, and that is consistent with IRT. That's it. And the rest are price levels, you know, IB low from last Friday, IB high, previous low. These are just lines which are driven by the same data as the session prices. I happen to have them set to a different configuration, so these are going to be showing the percent of the IB zones here pretty quick. But and it's also important to understand that none of these levels are mysterious. You know, I only use price, volume, and probabilities statistics. So the POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. The split second, it's 53.78. The split second that one of these other prices trades 53.79, this yellow line's going to move there. Boop, that's it. No question about it. The VWAP for the Globex and for the RTH session are the volume weighted average price. The mid ought to be pretty obvious. And there is a POC also for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. This is a more muted yellow. This is for the overnight volume point of control. Now, let's analyze what our statistical open is going to be. Well, first of all, this is also simple and also driven by just two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, the previous close happens to be 90.5, as we just discussed. We may get below there at the open, and we may stay above it. If we stay above there, it would be higher. If we stay below it, it's lower. The next criteria is, how does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH low, and there's the RTH high. So at this moment, we are higher in range as we were last Friday. Now, I always be sure or ensure that the column title is correct for the day. You can change that here. The next order of business is to clear the previous statistics, because we're going to go get the current ones for today. And let's jump over here, and I can't stand it. Let's see what some yahoo is up to. There we go. Iran stops message exchange with U.S. in protest against Zionist crimes. There you are. And there was the dump. So I wondered how long it was going to take for there to be some reaction to the Israel attacked and moved further into Lebanon than they've ever been, I think. I saw something in the news. So, yeah, it's, I wish everybody could just get on the same page. That'd be a pretty big deal. Yeah, and here's exactly what I just said. So I wondered how long that was going to take to drop. Well, and it did. So there we go. All right. The statistics come from, amazingly, the statistics study in IRT. Now, higher in range. Conveniently, that was the same as yesterday. That's Friday. I'm sorry. IRT highlights the correct open type, but of course only after 8:30. Coincidentally, yesterday we opened high, or Friday we opened higher in range, so it's still that way. I can update the thing and it will be okay. Now another thing that IRT does every level that is revisited through the day, the text is changed from black to blue. All right, let's get down to how the statistics work. The computer looks back at the last 1,796 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range 554 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 447 times, or 80.7%. Overnight volume point of control, 80.7. Drum roll, please. And there you go. That's all there is to it. Now, I didn't do a very good job aligning those, so I'll try to get that better. There we go. And I will simply go down the list. Overnight high, 74.5. Overnight high, 74.5. Overnight mid, 74. Now, be sure you understand that these are probabilities of the look back over the sub data set, looking back 1,700 and whatever it was, 96 days. This is the probability that this level is revisited, and this is already changed. Oh, I've got this on the wrong spot. This has got to be up here. This has got to be the overnight volume point of control, not the RTH. Okay, anyway, these are not hard and fast targets. These are probabilities. Previous close is 69.1, and we happen to know that that is right there. And what else do we have here? Previous close, IB high, 67.9. That's the IB low. IB high is right under the previous high. Let's see previous high. Where did that go? That's 58.3. And I'm trying to do one that's a little bit clearer here. IB low is 48.4. And remember, I put the initials because the moment we open, this is going to come up below price, which will be down here. Anyway, you get the point. Overnight low is 44.4. And previous low is 34.5. That's looking kind of suspicious, isn't it? With this, I think that, all right, now, those are the statistics. That's how it works at this point. And now I'm going to do a thing that I do every day, which is the T-Lab snap. And you ask, what is that? Oops. Damn it. Oops. The T-Lab snap, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by a guy named Tom B. And this is why I stream my journal, because I multitask like a guy with two left feet. So the T-Lab snap is as I said, it's a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Every day around 6, I post the reports, and every day around 8:20, I post this view. The idea is to just kind of support Tom and any traders there that don't have the same kind of charting capability. I was quite active in the T-Lab until I started the stream be based on a suggestion actually from Tom to narrate your own market and focus on that as opposed to yucking it up in a Discord site or wherever, you know. Focus on your market. Now, Tom B is the leader of the T-Lab and creator. And he's a professional trader with about 48 years trading experience. Started professionally as a money manager. I would be shocked if today he still does that. I'm sure he's just trading his own account, but you never know. It is a Discord chat room sponsored by Bookmap, but you're never solicited for anything, which is quite nice. And it is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. So there's that. And let's get on to the next order of business here, which is, I think it's you'll agree it important to be able to trade on Bookmap. And the way that works is you have to activate the trade control panel by choosing an account now. You used to choose a way you were going to activate, but now you choose an account. And I've got this set at 5. This fits into the hedge. Then I can close this button again, and I get my real estate back here, and I now have cancel and close on the top. And I want to be sure I've got the multi-account trading. I do. And I want to be sure I have the correct trading statistics. And I do. And oh boy. What I'm doing at this point in order to de-risk is trading a lucid, which is a prop evaluation based and with 5 contracts, copy trading, of course. And it was the only way I have to de-risk from 2 micros that I could come up with. If you have a better idea about it, I'm all ears. As I said early on in the stream, this is not my way or the highway. This is a collaborative effort. And I'm all ears for anyone who's got a suggestion for me. You know, Anton has had a lot of great suggestions about the hedge concept, which is what I'm setting up right now. And the way this works is we enter 5 minis, 5 micros, and where at the stop location there is another entry for 5 more micros. So that would mean then that the average price would be 2.5 points different. And 1 mini, which is entered over here. And that puts on full hedge. So I have a tool for that to explain it later, but we're going to open now in a couple of minutes. It seems like I forgot something, probably, maybe, who knows. Obviously, geopolitically, we're out the bottom. You know, we've already put in a new ETH low. How low can you go? Thank you so much, Israel and everybody. God, those people over there, they just, it's like, you know, I don't know how to explain my feeling for it. It's like, goddamn, grow up, you know? You're trying to get a peace accord done with a big player, 90 million people in Iran, by the way. And so just keep, you know, jabbing a dog with a stick. Keep poking them with a stick. I just think that's the craziest. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish, actually. Other than keep the pot stirred up. Maybe that's it. So we're going to have an open here in about 30 seconds. Let's hope that happens correctly. That the volume profiles, volume profile. That the profile's reset. Let's see. This doesn't look exactly right here. Boom. Now, remember, these are just probabilities. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand. Something happened here. The mid shifted down. These values are all bouncing around because this is a live market, right? And we're open, but nobody said anything over here. There we go. Jesus. Now I'm going to set the the investor RT. I'm going to change from the full session to the RTH session so that the session prices the various session price statistics and the market profile are properly aligned for those folks who use them, me included. Let's see over here. I upgraded to the latest version of this over the weekend because they pushed it, they released it. It was I'll look at it in a minute and tell you what it is. So I don't know. This is the first trading session I've used that I will have been using this. So I'm not assuming there's not going to be any drama. Fingers crossed. I don't think so, but just a caution. Okie dokie. High time frame chart. There's Friday. Here's our open. We were out of range actually until, guess what? Geopolitical snooze. Here are those probabilities, the zones. Well, hey Richard, what's up, dude? How you doing? All good, I hope. Obviously, all bets are off with this geopolitical crap going on. We're set to open higher out of range and have kind of an all-night uptick, and then bing, bang, boom. I like to sit all those guys down and just slap them, and say, grow up and stop acting like a bunch of kids. This is just, people are dying on account of this. It's just ridiculous. There was some real good news earlier in the morning. The traffic through the Straits of Hormuz was just chugging right along with under the direction of the Iranians. No problems, ships transiting, etc. And then this big dump is on Iran saying they're going to cease the talks with the U.S. until Israel stops the aggression in Lebanon, and I think Gaza, they said also. I'm not positive, but I kind of wondered how long that was going to take when I saw that they had been bombing into and attacking and doing whatever they're doing deeper into Lebanon than ever before. I wondered how long that was going to be allowed, what the repercussions would be. And that's where we are. We're being geopolitically driven. I'm sure there'll be some counter announcement by the guys over here. Jesus. And here we are. 26 degrees and sunny here. It's been hotter than stink all weekend. I hope things are good on your side, Rich. Richard, I should say. School is officially out, and it's the first day of hurricane season, and Anton is off for the week on a well-deserved family vacation break, whatever. That's based on the last day of school last week. Okay, so I guess I have these pretty well set. This one is not. This one needs to be up here. Another one. This bouncing around right at the open is always confusing to me. So we have our IB low. How low can you go? And the IB high. Pushing up. Overnight volume point of control. Previous high. I think that's got to scoot up a quarter over here. There we go. Oops. What the hell was that? Empty. We don't want empty. We want really empty. There we go. Okay, and I'm not cheating here, by the way, anyone. I am, but this stream and these screen snaps are a permanent record. And when I review the stream, which I do, I want to have them correct. Makes sense, right? Here's the previous close. Got to scoot that one down a minute. 90 quarters where it's supposed to, or 90 halves where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Okay. So here was our gap low, which we've closed. So that's not on the table anymore. Here's the all-time high Friday. And we haven't done anything about that yet, except we have a new one in the ETH. I'll put that value up there later. I've changed my gap rules idea around to align with the more traditional view. I used to consider gap previous high or low and as it related to the current open. In reality, the technical definition is for a gap, it's the previous close as it relates to the current open, which is right there. So in a sense, when we opened here, we had a gap from 83s to the close at 76.5. They've closed that, so that gap is no longer on the table, but that's how she went. And then inside or outside of range is the previous high or low as it relates to the current open. So we opened in range and we had a teensy-weensy gap, which is already closed. So there you go. And this big dumperoonie was all based on the sort of expected reaction to Iran, to the weekend's activities of the Israelis. And what do we have going on in Wally World over here? Well, very little gap there, very little lag. That's kind of nice. Except for the NQs. What's going on with that? I've upgraded to the latest and greatest version of IRT, which was pushed out over the weekend by Eddie. Since Chad is gone, Eddie's taking the lead there, I think. I don't know what it is, but I'll show you here. I forget what it's called. Oh, goddamn. That is so annoying. Version 16.1 C2, build 33670 right there. So that's it. And it's still lagging up a storm, and whether that's my machine or I doubt it, but you never know. The problem with IRT, I believe, is that it doesn't, look at that. It's not repainting worth a damn. It doesn't multi-thread, and I was hoping they were going to try to address that somehow, but I'm not so sure that's going to happen. A colleague of ours here, Anton, swears by ATAS, and I have not looked at it yet. So what did we do? Well, we did open gaps, close. The continue. Oh, you know what we didn't do here? Oh, my remiss in my duties. I haven't got Blue Boy on the job. Oh, I'm going to be salary deduction. There you go. That's as close as I can get. The purpose, the idea here behind Blue Boy, which of course is, you know, nothing technically marvelous at all. It's just a vertical line. I slap that on the first print of each session. You'll see that there's, well, somewhere around here, trust me, there's Blue Boy for the overnight, and keep going back. You can see as many as you want. The theory behind it is, as the day progresses, if I glance to my left and I can see Blue Boy, I know that between Blue Boy and the current market, which is this inside data column, I know that I have the entire complete context session in view, so I have a firm understanding of the context. No possibility of not doing that. Get this out 5 minutes, and there we go. See what we can see. Because I think that that's very important. Are we gonna chug back up here to the overnight volume point of control and, you know, get back to where we were before the big news dump? It looks like we're heading that way. Now, let me point your attention to Friday was about as perfect a profile as you're ever going to want to look at. POC just about smack in the middle, excess on both ends. Only one TPO over here, so, you know, you could argue for a poor high. And here we have a flat top. So what does that mean to me? That means to me that we're going to go higher, because it's, just look at it. It doesn't look right. No, it looks goofy. Look over here. There's no excess. There's no top. What happened in the auction? They came up there and bumped their head. We're going higher. There's no question in my mind. It's not a prediction. It's just an observation. And of course, at any moment, some ridiculous yahoo can come out with a tweet or something, and then all bets are off. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. Boy, that's about a perfect Gaussian distribution, isn't it? And here we are. Let's look at the setting up of Well, here's this one. Now, I've made some changes here because I started a new stream last night, which I will try to keep up, schedule permitting, with Tam and everybody, where I'm going to live stream the Globex Open at 1700 Central Standard Time through the Asia Open. It's about 3 hours. Because I'm focusing on those initial balance trades or opening range trades, to be more accurate in those areas. So here is the way this is a full session chart. Asia, high and low. London, high and low, and then US high and low. So what's happening here is this is the IB high and low for London. Well, here is the Globex. You see here where it's just 90 minutes. And then this is Asia or Tokyo. Then London. I don't do that for London because I'm not going to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and watch it. And here is today. So today, in keeping with the the initial balance statistic trade here, based on the Edgeful data, this was from Friday, the IB high, the IB low, and then these are the zones, which are 25% of the range, 50% of the range, and 25 or 75, which, depending on which way you start counting, of the range of the IB. So there you go. And we'll see how that pans out over here. Now they're starting to plot again. So there we go. And no lag. Woo, woo, woo. Hold your breath, baby. Hold your breath. Now, let's look at the statistics that would drive this initial balance. Remember that we don't have an initial balance trade until 9:30. Because what is the initial balance? It is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And in this big news-driven Yahoo, damn, they just can't cut me any slack here. These guys just keep dumping this up and down. Really irritating. So let's look at the data. Well, the first thing we have, this is Edgeful, and this is how I'm looking to replace my inefficient programming skills for data mining. Let's look at what's in play first. So far, we're looking at a bullish bias, just barely. The initial balance is forming. Continuation is forming. That's exactly correct. I don't know what to do with this screener, to be honest with you. This looks at all of the tickers that you see here. And how are they working on the gap fill? How is it working on the opening range breakout? What else we got down here in the screener standard? the IB breakout. I don't use that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I haven't gotten around to using that report a lot yet. So let's look at where the first order of business. We've closed the gaps and all that, so that's not going to have any impact on me as far as I'm concerned. excuse me, as far as I'm concerned. And that's the gap fill thing. But let's look at the opening continuation candle. I think I did that. No, I didn't. Okay. Right here. Now, the first thing that is going to irritate me is that it keeps forgetting, because I don't know how to do it right. Better have the right instrument, eh? So, MES, standard report, looking back 6 months. What do we have? The opening candle continuation based on 60 minutes of the opening candle. It says that if it's a green candle, we have a 76.8% probability to have the day finish in the green, and vice versa for red. And there are a substantial number of instances here for that to be a valid statistic. You know, it's not like there's one, all right? I'm going to do this. Hold on. Sorry, I'm having a sneeze-a-thon over here. This error is always having error alerts over here. Weird. All right, we'll see how far we can get. So, what does this mean? I can this is Edgeful, in case you don't know, and it's they've really done some fantastic development since I first got a hold of it. Each one of them has this description. Typically, there's a video to explain how to use the tool, and many of them have this graphic. So disregard this 30-minute opening candle over here, but because that's why I don't show this graphic all that often. I don't use a 30-minute candle. I use 5 minutes, and I have this opening candle set. Instead of 30 minutes, I have the entire range set to measure 1 hour, the same as the initial balance. So, but we can quickly look. The way you determine green or red is, how does the close of the period, in my case 1 hour of the RTH trading session, how does it compare to the open? Higher, green, easy peasy. Lower, red. Doesn't matter what the candle does, doesn't matter anything. It's the relationship between the close of the last candle of the period, or bar of the period, as it compares to the open. So if you want to look at that in the real world, we can look at the chart over here. This is Trading View. These indicators are when you get the basic subscription to Edgeful, you automatically get access to, wait a minute, all of these indicators here, which they've built. Pretty cool. And I'll be the first to say I had never monkeyed around with Trading View at all, but this is real handy. Painless, easy to manipulate, easy to set up. Now, this was quickly, I quickly was able to develop this opening range trade for the Globex last night, starting at 1700. Here's the opening range for the Asia trade, which I streamed. And now here we are for today. I don't do London, huh? So here's the beginning of New York, or the U.S. And here is, let's see if I can get this. Here's our opening candle, right? We opened right here, and so far it's green because this is not closed because it's 1 hour. But at this moment, it's green. This is the opening range, or the initial balance in this case, because it's the RTH session. And here's 25, 50, 25, or 75, depending on how you want to look at it. This is the opening, the initial balance statistics. So far, we have a 20.5% points move. And we don't have any of these values formed yet. Pretty cool, huh? So easy. Now, I jerked around. This probably took me, I don't know. I had to do some thinking about the time frame and the session timing to get these reports to work as I wanted them to. Maybe took 30 minutes or something. This, on the other hand, took forever. Well, come on. Well, it's not playing nice. It doesn't like me talking about it. This took forever to get these set up for just these IBs without the percentages, and the percentages on that opening range trade thing is it took about and it was all done. So, there you are. What I have leaned on IRT in the past, well, first of all, it was the first charting system that I had, and then is for the building the system, the trading system, and then backtesting it to determine if I have a positive edge and expectancy, and a vetted trade to look at in the session. And you see down here how it's just developing. Okay, so let's get back here. Let's go back here. We understand where we are, and let's go back to the data now. So we understand what the opening candle is all about, and how that will affect the probabilities here. The next move is going to be the initial balance breakout. See if this worked. It seems to be. So the way these reports work is whichever one of if this particular report is listed in the what's in play view, you get that right here. So it's forming. Yep. Its initial balance is 60 minutes. Yep. Now, let's just have a quick look at, this is just the standard report. There's a 74.2% probability that we will have a single break, one way or the other, of the initial balance. 23% will have a double break, and a 2.3% that we will not break other side. There they are. And you can see that there's a substantial number of occurrences down there to lean on for the MES for 6 months. Take it to the next level here, which is by a weekday. Pretty important. Monday, 69%. Watch Tuesday, 57. Wednesday, 80. Thursday, 75. And Friday, 88% probability. Amazing how the days of the week make such an change, or have such an impact on the report, I think. And I find that really insightful. We continue to have the IB dancing all over the place. Prices up, prices down. They're just flopping around the open. Still, I think they're waiting for some response as well. Now, the next thing we're going to want to know about as we progress and build this as the IB progresses, we're going to want to know, assuming that we break the IB high, that we have a single breakout, let me rephrase that, we can look at this by retracement. What does this tell you? Well, on Monday, any size IB, which we have already configured, that if we break one side of the initial balance, breakout is to the top or is to a long, and breakdown is a short, we have a 63.64% probability that price will retrace to 25%. Remember our levels, 25, 50, 75? And here's 50, and there's the other one. If it's a breakdown, these are the corresponding values. This is probably the most insightful report that I find here. Now, oh, look at there, 50-50. So right now, on Monday, any size zone. Oh, no, we got to change the zone. Any day. Okay, this is where the opening, and this is where the continuation candle closes at the end of the first hour. But there we go. Look at what a difference that was. Changed from 50-50 to 25-75. So this is, until the IB closes, we can't tell where that zone is. But in this case, on Monday, where we measure by the wick, not the close of the candle, zones are all. There's a 25% probability. If the IB high is formed first, there's a 25% probability we'll break the IB high. And a 62% will break the IB low, and vice versa over here. So what did we do first? Let's look at the trading view, which is the simplest. At the moment, the IB low is the first one put in. You see, here's the first candle, IB low. Here's the IB high after the IB low. Notice there's the high, there's the low. If this remains, that will be the case. Now, the reason you have to wait for the end of the initial balance to set is, what if price comes down here and takes out a new low? Uh-oh. Now all of a sudden, the IB high was the first to be put in place, and the IB low was followed. So that's how this works. So what am I doing? We're standing by to see how the IB develops. And I'm getting some weird crap on my phone about, I don't know, some lawn care guy. I don't know. Let me take a look at what's happening here. So much spam. It's just amazing. Hey, let's stand back now and now that I've done all this. I hope you're up to speed with what I'm doing here. Hey, Antonio, bom dia. Tudo bem? Sorry I didn't see you drop in. 26C over here, sunny, was hotter than stink all weekend. Yeah, of course, we're putting along nicely for the overnight, and then of course the retaliation, some news drops and fell out the bottom. Expected news, actually, though, on my part. Iran has said we're not going to continue talks until the Israel's aggression towards Lebanon quits. So, or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. I'm envying the hell out of Anton here. There we go. And we did have S&P and ISM PMI out at 9 o'clock, but kind of dwarfed by this. This was the big pop here. Yeah, I long for the days that just normal stuff works, And by the way, this should be non-farm payroll this Friday, right? The first Friday of every month. So let's see where we are. I know one thing. My disco duties are being shirking my duties. Let's try this and see what happens over here. Wake up, everybody. Let's go. Wake up. So crazy. Wow, big miss on the ISM manufacturing. And wait a minute. Manufacturing prices and manufacturing PMI differ. Okay, well, that makes perfect sense. I'm not having too much faith in the numbers much anymore. I think there's a lot of tomfoolery going on there. Like everything else. So, yeah. Here we go. Looks like the Israel-Iranian headlines are driving things at the moment. Make sure I've got everything set up here. Let's see. 5. Yep. See how the hedge is set up. Get rid of that, that's for sure. Let's make this, boom, let's make this, there you go. Close, okay. Wow, now we're dumping again. I am so tired of this Economic crap. Jesus. So just to run through the just to run through the mechanics of the hedge idea now. Let me bring up that tool. So the idea here is that the entry would be, let's pretend it's long. We enter 5 contracts on the micros at pick a price. Let's call it 75.87 for the sake of this explanation. So we enter at 75.87. Okay, and it's 5 long micros. This has various things to do with price, etc. Now, that means that there's our entry. We will have a resting limit buy order for an additional 5 micros at the stop price, which in this case is 3 points. Change it to 12, whatever. I mean, change it to 5 points, whatever. But it typically 3 points. We will have an additional 5 contracts purchased along and go short 1 micro, 1 mini, which obviously is a direct hedge. 10 micros equals 1 mini. And that gives us an average price of 85.50 on the micros and a short at 84. So that's a 1.5 points. That's the maximum amount of loss possible if nothing ever happened and it was never able to take one leg or the other of the hedge off and continue for profit. So in rather than just a dead stop, and okay, here we go again. This is basically puts the whole thing on hold to see, basically buys time. It replaces the hard stop with a hedge now, and this is how that's set up. Okay, so that is a one lot on the minis and the 5 lots on the micros. So that's the theory. And this is a concept that was developed and suggested by Anton, member here, who's on leave this week. Lucky dog. Lucky dog. Yeah. And it's only 9:15, so there's no potential trade or trigger or anything else, and this price action doesn't look like anything is developing very well over here, which is to be expected with the news, I think. Premarket dump, thank you very much. And here we go. And I'm not going to push anything here. I'm not going to rush the trade. If one of these triggers, then I'll take it. If not, I will not. That simple. Now we'll be able to refine the statistics with Edgeful here shortly. there's a so we still, you know, the continuation candle is just kind of holding its own. There is a kind of a subgroup of thinking that trades in anticipation of a level, which I'm not so sure. You know, I don't buy into that very much. In other words, if price is trading down here at around 5 or 10 minutes to 9:30 to the IB being set, they take along in anticipation of the statistic being the high, which is 70, whatever I said, 62% of it. We can check that again. Over here. And so we're still forming. Hasn't happened yet, right? Forming. At this moment, we have the IB low formed first. So there's a 66% probability, 60, let's call it 67 among friends, right? Percent probability that we're going to break the IB high first. Based on the MES, look back 6 months by rejection, with the zone being all days. And I'm going to just show you something about the zone right now as I tried to explain. Assuming we stay in this configuration when the IB closes, the IB low was put in first, so the way you assign the zone values are as follows, or is as follows. The IB low was put in first. If the closing candle at the end of the IB closes in this range right here, as it is right now, that would be 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So it would be a 24, whatever, to 50% zone. If it were up here, it's 0 to 24. If the IB, something happens and the IB high is put in first, the IB low follows, then the zones flip. This is 0 to 25. This is 25 to 50, 50 to 75, etc. So that's how it works. So let's just pretend, look at here. Let's pretend that we close in this 24 to 50 zone. The way we do that is we go here to zones, and here's the text about those zones in case you're curious. Let's look at the 24 to 50s. Look what a dramatic impact it had. 50-50. 57 to 28. Let's do that again. Let's take it back off. $25, $62, $66, $27. And it can be much more drastic if it closes lower. So we're in the hold. We're going to stand by. I'm not going to front run anything. And we see what happens. We'll see where this candle closes. It doesn't have far to go to be a negative candle, and that tips everything on its head. There you go. Now, I have not factored into my trade setup here. Hello, come on, wake up. Thank you. There we go. There you go. This trade setup doesn't have anything to do with the zone, the closing zones. The zones 25, 50, 75, or 20, 25, 50, 25. The way I do it is IB low 25, IB 50, and the IB high 25. I thought that was the simplest way to do that because I push these values to Bookmap. So here is IB high 25, IB 50, and IB low 25. But the point here is that I don't factor in the closing candle in this thing. I didn't even know about it when I made that code. And here is my other old-fashioned initial balance setup. Has 3 rules, has an A, a B, and a trigger. At 9:30, these fixed zones will push to here, and we'll see what happens. So there you go. I think that's about as and I will say right off the bat, as you know, usual, I guess, since I'm a wuss nowadays, apparently. This is very, very, very uninviting price action in the IB. And it's all because of the news. I'm sure I would, well, I'm not sure of anything, but I suspect that they are waiting for some drama or some, you know, kind of a, some kind of a response. Man, I'm getting this, I don't know where this spam crap's coming from, but I don't like it. Okay, sorry about that. Getting a spam on my phone and my email. Crazy. Well, this is about a nothing burger, isn't it? Look at this whack, just banging back and forth. Let me point out that we have a range of 76 to 96, 20 handle range in the IB on a Monday. Fun day. I'm quite keen on this. Let me start over here. The reason I started the streams last evening, and will continue so at the Globex Open, which is 1700 Central Standard Time. And I continued through Asia, the Asia Open. I'm going to be working the opening ranges. It's not the initial balance. I don't consider them the initial balance because they're in, Globex in Asia. So I'm going to refer to them as the opening range trades. And because I reserve the initial balance trade for the RTH session, whether that's right or wrong, that's what I'm going to do going forward. And I'm doing that because I am so sick and tired of this news-driven crap now, here, in this time frame, that I'm thinking there's more opportunity and perhaps a little more normal opportunity in the Globex and the RT and the Asia. We'll see. But so that stream happened last night, and we'll continue going forward till further notice. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Like, subscribe, and by all means contribute to the chat. That's super. This is my virtual trading journal. It is not certainly intended to be, nor is it at all a my way or the highway thing. This is a collaborative effort. I share with complete transparency and full accountability what I'm doing, and very much appreciate any kind of comments, suggestions. You're out of your mind, piss up a rope, whatever. Feedback, that's it. Yeah, man, I'm tired of this these days. I'm tired of this news stuff, really. Because it's not news. It's like some sort of childish, sophomoric behavior, temper tantrums, social media tweet stuff. It's just blows my mind that that's what we've reduced ourselves to for world politics. We're having a war. Wow. Yep. But it's what we've got, so we've got to deal with it. We suppose the ATR is like 2 ticks or something. Let's look. Let's look and see. Jesus criminy Christ! Oh, it's nah. That didn't make any sense. 3 1/4 points. I don't believe that for a minute. Oh. Well, now the setup here is 1 point high. Ooh. And where the initial balance has been set, of course, and we are, you could barely get any more in the middle. Right? That's the mid. So let's get back over here and have a look at what there is to have a look at. All right, let's figure the candle out. So there's the closing. There is the closing price of the 30-minute continuation candle. So we are green, and we're in the 25 to 50 zone, right? So low formed first, and we are in the $25 to $50 zone. So there's the IB setup. So we have a 57% probability that we will break the IB high first. 26.5 or 57% that will break the IB low first. Pretty dismal numbers here, and 50-50 on over here. What do we? And here's another one that's really important to look at. Look at on the high, the no frequency. Only 2. Well, in the case of the IB high, there's only 4 instances, frequency of 4, where on a Monday, when the opening candle was green and the closing of that candle was in the 25 to 50% range, and it was Monday. We only had 4 instances looking back 6 months. So, take that on board. So here we go. There is we got a 20 handle range, 20.5. The IB low was formed first. Stuff we already know, right? And we have not broken either. And there's a distance from each. Pretty cute, huh? And there's a whole, as I think I showed you, there's a whole lot of included indicators, of which I have only looked at just a couple. So let's go back and see what's going on with the system over here. Well, as expected, there's nothing going on, because this system requires a breakout and then a pullback. This is coded based on the breakout and retest. So leaning on the fact that there's a 25% retest or whatever it was, percentage retest to the 25 zone. Once there's a breakout, it pulls back to the 25 and that signals along. If it's in the case of the short, at the bottom, it's the retest is at the 50. I mean, the entry potential triggers at the 50. And now let's see what kind of a goofy probability we have of the IB low being formed first, the IB continuation candle being green, and the IB low being taken out first. 28% probability we're going to break the IB low first. And this, by the way, this probability doesn't include the customizations. I don't know if you can. Let's see. Are you watching on the right screen? It's a miracle I've got the right thing going on. No. There's only two criteria you can use to set over here. And that's the difference in the wick is that the wick is the higher low, right? Irregardless of the candle size. If I base it on the close, then the candle time, 5 minute, 1 minute, 30 minute, can have a huge impact. So I leave it on Wick. John Wick. Wasn't that his name? Isn't that some character that Keanu Reeves plays or something? So, wow, I'm out of breath from those squats. I've got to get back to my 100 squats a day, and every time I come in and out of the office, pull-ups. I can't tell you how always been in good shape and fit my whole life. The older you get, word to the wise from the old guy, old boomer here. This is a boomerism. The older you get, the faster you fall out of shape, and the harder it is to get back in. Absolute advice from the heart. Keep a level of shape, of, fitness, because it's a struggle now. I was, because I spend 12 hours a day standing here looking at these screens, I have to figure out something. So I do step back and do squats, body weight squats. Got a pull-up bar in the doorway. Got a pull-down cable hanging on that pull-up bar, got some dumbbells, something. Got to do something. I don't know what. I see a lot of this walking Tai Chi. I have no idea what that's all about. Or chair Tai Chi. I don't know. I know Tai Chi from years ago, but I know of it. I shouldn't say I know it, but it was not a. And we lived in Asia, so a lot of times in the morning you see people out in the park or whatever doing Tai Chi. I think it's probably now let's figure out a way to make some money on the aging Americans idea. And fine, good for them. We're likely, I'd say we're likely to break the bottom. All it's going to take is one more hiccup from the news, and then away we go. The more time ticks by, the less warm and fuzzy I feel. And also, this is Tam's first job orientation. Ooh, baby, she got that job that we went to the interview for last week. And so at 11, she needs to be there at 11:30, so I'm going to probably have to dust out of here around, 10, 11 maybe. I guess traffic won't be too bad at that time of day. Excuse me, that time of day. Not the place I had hoped, or I had recommended or wanted, but anyway, what are you going to do? The little baby girl's growing up. Well, here we we go now. I guess they didn't like the looks of that. It came down to the 25. Ooh, it came down to the 25% zone here. And brought it back up to the mid. So I'm absolutely not going to trade in anticipation of that low. That doesn't make any sense. What have we got for a heat map over here? Whoa, look at all that. That looks like a lot of noise, doesn't it? Remember now, this is the liquidity. These are resting orders in the book. Limit orders. Resting sell, ask, bid, and price. And you couldn't get more of the levels stacked together than if you wanted to. The only one that's not is a Globex VWAP. So I'm gonna go get ready to trade here, Antonio. I'm gonna go load my tea glass. Well, I gave you plenty of time now, and I didn't see you do anything here, so I'm a little disappointed. I guess there's no more explanation needed for what's going on as far as this setup. We have the statistics all pretty well lined out. 57 in this current configuration on the current day with the current closing ending zone. 28.5% probability we're going to take the IB low. 57% we're going to take the IB high. One take them. This is by rejection. Now, if we look at the something here, what is it? Let's look at the weekday. There's a 69% probability, pretty close to what it said, that we'll take one or the other. No break is only 7%, and double break is 23%. And we won't worry about the retracements. But I'm sure you got that figured out. I think my favorite is this rejection. Oh, what else? What's the bar doing? Is the bar open? Let's check. The bar's open. But that's not valid. the idea here is I'm trying to develop a statistic, a system that's used by some guys, Rod and Harry and Jorgensen, quite frequently. There's some guys from Static, called the bar trade, which is breakout and retest. In other words, there's a consolidation, then it's a breakout, and then retest. Let's look over here. So there's a consolidation, you know, boom-bitty, 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 a breakout, and a retest. So this would be, theoretically, a bar trade short. Because, well, it's going short now. You know, there I am with my magnificent rearview mirror skills. But that's essentially the bar trade. It's a consolidation, a breakout, and a retest. And I have yet to figure out exactly, do you wait for a breakout the other side first? Which way do you go? In my opinion, what I've been able to figure so far is that you trade in the direction of, again, in context, which makes perfect sense. I mean, I don't think you can go too far wrong trading with the context. Pretty easy to go wrong trying to trade counter trend, I think. So anyway, that's what I'm trying to do, trying to identify over here. And in order to have a trading system, the first thing I have to do is identify the consolidation, and and be able to refer to that or use that as the first rule. So in order to have a breakout and a retest, you've got to have a consolidation first. That's what this is about in this indicator. And I have no clue. The reason I'm leaning, I don't know if I mentioned this part, but the reason I'm leaning on wait a minute. I don't want to do that. We don't want to. I type on the wrong keyboard and whatever else, and then you get your knickers in a knot. So the reason I'm leaning on Edgeful, now that they've made such really dramatic improvements. IRT works just fine, and I'm able to backtest thoroughly, and I'm comfortable with that. But I am a no-code wizard, so it takes me a long time to develop this stuff. And I want to be able, my goal is to trade and have a consistently profitable trading business. Not be the best code monkey in IRT history. So that's why I'm leaning on statistics from Edgeful, and I will. Now they do have a fantastic backtesting facility now, and I was able to test drive it, and it's pretty incredible. But it's part and parcel of their algo package, so it's, in my opinion, it's too expensive for me at this point because I'm not profitable yet. I mean, I am not, I'm not profitable yet. So that's why I'm not going to be. It's so easy to throw all the bells and whistles at something thinking it's going to get you somewhere. You know what I mean? So that got to be on guard for that. And there's always the monkey boy rationale that, well, it's only two mini trades, dude, and it's a month, and that's paid for, and that is correct. But look at your trade history and see what the profitability is, and if you can afford it. It's just like any other business. if it's a cost of doing business and you are making more, you're making enough revenue to justify that cost, it's great. If you're not, you're a dummy. That's what I'm thinking. Ooh, do that. Come on now, don't be jumping around here. God. Okay. I actually have some screen snaps of that going on. Actually have some screen snaps of that test somewhere. Yeah, here would be an example of that, what that backtesting setup looks like. Oh, now I don't want to do that. What I want to do is, so here are the criteria for the setup, the strategy, then these are the results, and this is the output you get. Pretty phenomenal. Equity curve, drawdown, health of the strategy, whether you're overfitting or something stupid, individual trade stuff, the individual trades by day of the week, by hour of the day, exit types, splatter plot, P&L distribution, and R multiple. So it's a real comprehensive. There's a comprehensive reporting in IRT too, but a lot easier. Now you can, though that was based on some strategies that they had in there for a, here, try this out. And the initial, fortunately for me, it was the initial balance strategy, so that was great. What you can do is you can develop a strategy, which is a pretty simple thing to do in TradingView, and if you have that functionality, the full service with Edgeful, you can develop any strategy you want. Like if I wanted to develop migrating PPOC, you can develop that strategy in the Pine script and then pull it into that analyzer, and it will run the back tests and do the Monte Carlos and spit out that whole thing for you. I've not been able to do that, of course, because I don't have that thing going yet. And we're still bopping around. I'll tell you one thing, they're going to take out this low if we're not careful. Oh, okay. So we're in the hold, huh? You don't make them up as you go. I don't. Fortunately, I, don't have some issues. I had, yeah. Let me talk that. Let me talk about Monkey Boy. I call him Monkey Boy or Monkey Mind. Tom refers to it as Hyde, like Jekyll and Hyde. We have hard code built in, evolutionary, whatever you want to, wherever you come from, creation, evolution, whatever. I don't think anybody will argue that the human species has been developing for a long time. And in there, we have a lot of genetic hard wiring, you know, fear of missing out, desire to be right, risk aversion, all that stuff. None of which is very helpful for you as a trader. And so, you know, when Monkey Boy starts whispering to me, oh yeah, come on, well, let's go short here, let's go, you know, whatever it is. I don't think you're ever going to eliminate those feelings or those emotions. And in some cases, it's a chemical reaction because, you know, fear, you know, releases adrenaline, etc., or dopamine if you win. But my approach to it is you have to be continually aware of your state. And when I find myself thinking, well, I'm starting to make up positions or making up a trade, just put the mouse aside and ask Monkey Boy to go out and play in the backyard. And in you know, taking that theory a little further, one of the things that has come down to us in that wiring is the human ability to see patterns, whether they're really there or not. That's a big one, and it factors into confirmational bias, desire to be right, you know. So in a situation like this, there's no meat on the bone. I'm just going to stand here and watch this thing. Not fun by any stretch of the imagination, but hey. It is what it is. And I might point out we're exactly on the open. So we have spent the entire hour and a half and gone no place. A big nowhere. It's a ground cul-de-sac. We're in the cul-de-sac here, zooming around. And I assure you that nobody would like to be trading and having a trade setup trigger than I. I'm so tired. You can't imagine how tired I am. Why in the hell? Look at this 42-second lag on the NQ. What is going on? Let's go over here and refresh this thing. I have no idea why it's doing that. Now it says there's no lag. I beat the hell out of me. On one chart there's a lag and on the other one there's not. That's interesting. And we continue to have this huge discrepancy in volume. 291 or something like that, 1,000 contracts traded in the NQs. 1.27 million traded so far in the micro NQ. I think this is the one that's choking up most of IRT, frankly. But we do have no lags, so that's magical. The magical mystery tour. Hearing noises around here somewhere. Okay. Real tight range. It's an opening range, right? We're in an open auction. they're trying to figure out what to do next, I guess. I don't like that. Let's... no, not at all. Not at all, Richard. Let's see here. 84%. We're down to 2.27 or 2.25 range for 1 minute candle. 84% volume. This is on the MES. It's 100% geopolitical FOMO, fear, whatever the hell it is, as far as I'm concerned. And back to the middle again, you know. But this is the joy of trading. To be honest with you, trading, that's why the stream is good in my... Ooh, look at this, not getting anywhere here. That's why I like the stream. It is... I am completely transparent and accountable, you know, and it's real easy. It's just one more tool to maintain that. Not that I would be just whipping and spurring and, you know, trading up a storm if I weren't streaming and I was just standing here normally, but this way it's not even possible for me to do. And that's why I started, that's why the stream is all day, the entire cash session, because I will not take any trades off of the stream. That's my commitment. And that's the reason I started the Globex Asia Open stream last night. It was the first one, and tonight they'll continue on until Friday. So Sunday to Friday, Sunday to Thursday. But this is just... I know exactly what they're doing. They're just, they're all on pins and needles waiting for Trump or probably him to, you know, come out with some response, to put it politely. Which will be, I'm sure, some crazy... you know, some crazy tweet or another, and it's, you know, and it'll be Obama's fault. So that guy can't get over Obama. It's like, okay, dude, guess what? Hillary Clinton's got nothing to do with it anymore, and neither does Obama. So move on, Jesus. You know, it's the craziest thing. And not funny, but it is. Not funny, but it is. And there's all this new drama going on with the various celebrations. And that's symptomatic of the environment here now. The climate over here now is, it's the 250th anniversary of our country. of our republic, our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our flag. And they're turning it into some personal, because I'm so wonderful BS. And, I guess I haven't been following any of it, but I see the headlines. Everybody, all of the performers for this concert quit, said, no, we're not going to do that. And apparently, for some reason, which I find unbelievable, is apparently Trump has embraced cage fighting or UFC or some crap. Like, wow, that's pretty amazing. And was going to have some giant thing on the White House lawn, some fight around his birthday or something, which is one of these days. And they all, and those guys all refuse to come. I don't know, it's like, or at least that's what I see in the news. And I don't know whether that's even true. That's another problem over here, is you don't know what's real news, what is the news, what is some fake news, what's AI bullshit, BS. Yeah. I look at ground news and I look at the investing.com and Financial Juice. That's it. Because I don't know. Supposedly younger people, like I guess my daughter, I guess Tam can tell you, supposedly tell the difference of AI generated stuff. Whether this is true or not, I don't know, but here you go. If there's excessive eye blinking, it's an AI thing. Go figure. It's pretty weird. That's for sure. Pretty weird. Okay, thank you, Mom. And here we are, bingity bangity boombity. I'm gonna go arouse Tam here. What happened? Are we rich yet or what? Okay. All right, I'm going to grab something to eat and make sure the girls organized and running here. So now what are they going to do? Break the high? All right. Let's see. I'm going to have to dust off here in about 11, she says. A little before because I got to get ready. Do I expect we're going to take the initial balance high? Yeah, at some point because of the statistics. But am I going to try to front run that? Absolutely not. Excuse me. Great brunch. This is a real good sit on your hands, work on your statistics, work on your crochet, whatever you got going on. Knit a pair of slippers, you know, something. I do those squats and sets at 25. Ooh. Got a pretty good pile of liquidity up there at at the 96 level, just below the IB, which is, you know, would make sense. But in this environment, makes sense is probably a dirty word, I guess. Ooh, out of breath. Didn't take them long to turn that around, did it? If you got good mean reversion trades or scalpy kind of stuff, this is right up your alley, but it is not mine at this point. So I'm not gonna. One thing I don't have a problem with is overtrading or boredom trading. You know, that's quite the opposite, actually. I guess I have more of a paralysis by analysis problem than overtrading. But I guess if I had to pick one, that would be the one I pick, because you don't make any money not trading, but you don't go broke either. So I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying, I guess that's a way to look at it. Okie dokie. So we don't have an IB continuation trade. I guess we do. Right here. Let's see if that one fired on this system over here. Well, we had the A, that's correct. But no B and no trigger. That's not correct. There's not an A there. Whoa. It's completely goofy. What is going on now? Well, that's certainly not an A because the A signal fires when the IB is taken out. So this is all upside down. It's when I renewed. This is when I oh. No, that's not. There's the breakout. And there is something. So that would be the long. This is all crap. This is not working right. This is not properly coded. And there's the first. This is the first take profit. That's not right. It's doing the same thing again. It's taking the signal of the first. I've got to change this to where it says next bar. The breakout and the trigger can't be on the same bar, in my opinion. So never mind. I take it all back. I take back what I said. I'm going to re-up the music here. I'm through the shower. I'm going to get organized to go trek across wherever the hell it is. Across South Texas. We'll see what's up when I get back. And when I get back, I can't really say one way or the other. Because one thing I will say, I am amazed that there's been no comment from Trump. So I would be, if you're in a position or a trade, I would be really make sure you've got stops and targets in. My opinion. What is this doing this for? I don't want that to be there. Okay. Let's see you leave that. All right, so you boys keep the home fires burning here. I'm gonna get Tam fired up and see where we go. Seems like I'm getting out of control pretty quick here. I'm just now back and got to go again after a little bit. So let's see what's going on here. Hold on. So we've got singles and a spike. I'm guessing that something happened in the news. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, I was worried about the fact that he had not weighed in on anything when we left, and I see that he's made up for it in spades. Made up for it in spades here. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Man, I'm all out of whack now, and my schedule's all off. And I don't just walk into the desk and start trading, so I'm gonna have to slot into the rhythm here. I'll be back on the desk here in about 30 minutes, I think. I gotta try to get some stuff fixed. Okay, the power hour is upon us. I guess we're gonna have Jesus, more news? What? I don't know. It's a pretty useless day from my side. This has been a pretty useless day here. One news bump followed by the other. Bummer. And then an intermittent story with running around. I've got to go again tomorrow too. I'll be seeing how the afternoon or the evening plays out with the Globex and Asia Open stream starting at 1700 Central Standard Time. Well, we had a breakout. Scratch. That worked out pretty well. It's a 64 and 12, 76 ticks. Then I gotta go walk 4 miles with my daughter at 1500. Jesus. Pretty funny. This thing goes from one consolidation, boop, on the news, and then up we go. Down on the news. Finally, here we're going to answer from Trump, and then there we are. And none of this is verifiable, of course. This day isn't worth much today here, that's for sure. Okay, 14:20. Well, we tough it out to the top of the hour, and then the stream will go down. We'll be back up at 1700, and hopefully I'll be able to focus on the actual market. Problems outside and kinds of things going on here at once. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, huh? Well, the bottom of the hour fast approaches. Nothing day for me today. I heard some people talking about, while I was driving, I was listening to Edgeful. I'm not sure what kind of short somebody was taking on the NQ here, but wasn't very successful if they tried to keep them on all day. Well, we'll do the bottom of the hour market recap. And there you have it. There's the first print of the day. Boom. Everybody's in the hold. This big drop was news leading into the thing from Iran. Nothing happened, and then this is Trump responding, and up here we are, and nothing happened again. I mean, of course, new all-time highs, but bear in mind, this is the Friday's high. This was the overnight high. So we have really made very little ground. Very little. Weird day. Very weird day. Strange market action. I shouldn't say that, actually. It's how can anything be consistent or typical when it's all news, speculation, news, sensationalism driven, and that's what it all is. I'm not saying anything politically one way or another, but I'm saying when somebody comes out and says one thing and then the next guy comes out and says something else different, and the market doesn't know whether to flip or fly. I certainly don't either. So this is the MES here on IRT. You see, there's our open. Here we go, and then boom, bam. Nothing really to trade or read because it was all news driven, I believe. We got singles in up here. This big spike up was on the Trump thing. They may erase this, come back and eat these singles. Very possible between now and the end of the cash market, or quite possibly in the overrun from the cash market till the Globex closes at 1600. This is investing.com. IRT. I'm thinking of the news already. This is my basic charting package. These are the micros. The micro ES, NQ, the higher time frame, and the market profile for just the ES. I also track the 4 similar for the minis. What are we doing for volume? Volume's been hanging right around 80, and we're down now to a 1.1, 5 ticks. Average true range in a 1 minute bar. This is the ES, the initial balance trade from Edgeful. But it's not, I haven't got it coded properly because it should not be taking a trigger on this first bar. The first bar is the breakout, okay, from wherever it comes. Then we need to have a retest then we need to have the trigger, which didn't ever occur, I don't think. Let's see. The low is 98.25. No, absolutely not. This didn't ever. The first one that triggered was here. Now, this would have been a lovely long. Absolutely, and that would have been a normal triggered trade. And it did not tag the stop. This should have been the long for either this breakout or, in fact, we had another one here. This is the old standby initial balance trade, which had a long that stopped, and then this one went for 64 or 70, 76 ticks. Okay. That's that. So let's see what we've got going on in the way of news here. Well, you see right here the problem. I mean, I don't know problem, but this continues to stir the pot. Right there. I don't think, in my heart of hearts, I don't think Netanyahu wants any part of a peace deal with Iran or anybody else over there. I just don't think that's not his agenda, in my opinion. Just looking over the, history. And he refuses to stop his attacks and his bombing in Lebanon. Well, that's part of the agreement that was supposedly reached between Trump and Iran. So there you go. Investing.com. This is my usual old traditional news source. Let's see what we've got for tomorrow. Well, Kashkari speaking and Jolts is tomorrow at 9 o'clock. This is the traditional news source. These are you notice that the headline event changes to a URL so you can find out what that report is. You can filter for wherever you are, of course. And that's why I prefer this one. And they focus on traditional economic calendar events, not, non-typical economic events, but those which might have some present risk to the market, and which would be, or to the auction, the daily auction, which would be like Trump's going to speak or something like that, because who knows what might be said. Just as this is based on a tweet, Truth Social thing right there. So that's makes it tough to be a risk manager, and that's our job really, is to manage risk and to preserve our accounts when you don't know what risk potential there is on the horizon. And then this right side over here is a squawk box, and this is where we're going to get the the market on close imbalance at 1450, as we do every day. And it's been a waste of time for me today, unfortunately. Just other commitments that what are you going to do? I got to do stuff here for the family. But not doesn't make for good streaming. So I will we'll kick it into the close here. Music just ran out at about the right time, I guess. We'll kick it into the close at the top of the hour. I will be picking up the new Globex Open stream at 1700 Central Standard Time, running through Asia Open. So about 3 hours, I think, what we're going to hold with. And tomorrow I've got some running around to do also, but I will be able to just get out and get back and focus on the stream. So that shouldn't be a problem. Earnings season is still going, but it's just almost completely wound down now. Well, they did start to eat some of those singles, you see. They're going to likely fill the singles up before this session's over. That would not be surprising at all. Oh, day. Bummer. I hate wasted days. But what are you going to do? No, I mean, they're not wasted from a point of view of what I had to do, but for the purpose of business here in the stream, yeah. One of the issues here is that I'm the only driver. So that would take some pressure off. And I think that's a long way down the road. And 5 minutes. They're gonna grind down through these singles, so watch and see. I have predicted this. They only got 2 more points to go, and they're gonna be there. So the singles are at the 15s. So right there is where the singles kicked off. They're gonna have them cleaned up. Pretty quick. PDQ. Bummer. Well, a minute and a half for the market on close, and then we're gonna wind her down until 1700. So basically 2 hours. I'll give this a try anyway and see how it works. Oh, they closed all the singles. Was it 15 actually? And about 30 seconds for the market on closing balance. We should see him pop up right over here. What if the crypto bros couldn't lose money fast enough, now they can do it 24/7. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, Sailor, whatever it is. He's going to be happy, I suppose. Maybe he won't go broke. And there we have the market on closing balance. Exactly nothing. But sell side across the board, 1,948,000,000. Sell side imbalance on the S&Ps. Sell side. NAS 100, 971 million sell side. Dow 30, 668 million sell side. Well, that's pretty weird. No, 688 million sell side in the Mag 7. Meaning, not the total number here. This means that of all the contracts with market on close orders, there are 1,948 more sell orders than buy. So there. Okay, that was that, and this is going to be it here pretty quick, the top of the hour. Going to wind it down. I do appreciate anybody coming by. Please like and subscribe. That's really great. Chip in the chat. Pretty quiet in there today. Crazy market, man. It's, I don't know what to tell you. This would be a good time to go on vacation. Anton, I think, picked a great week to go on holiday. The beginning of summer. Crazy seems to be on full display. And, yeah. This is the problem. So here they have a mutual ceasefire. Trump somewhere or another posted that's a good thing or something, I think. And then Netanyahu says he's going to keep bombing them. I don't know. No, I don't know how that's supposed to work, you know. I'm not sure how peace is supposed to happen that way. Or into fighting or whatever. I have no idea. That whole thing is the craziest deal for me. And that whole situation around, well, not so much Lebanon or Iran, but around Gaza, for example, I've never understood that since way back when the PLO with Yasser Arafat was the leader there, and they were, you know, this has been going on for 50 years, for Christ's sake. So for a little less than 4 minutes, and yeah, kind of a weird day here. I apologize for that. I'm going to come back up online for the Globex Open and Asia Opens at 1700, and then tomorrow at usual time, 0800. Remember that you need to keep your life in balance and make sure that keep yourself healthy and fit and hydrated and well rested and all of those important things, because you are the critical element in your trading desk, whether you want to believe that or not. So thanks a lot for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it very much, truly. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be off to a better start. I'm gonna take the stream down at the top of the hour here, which is the cash close at 1500. Well, I need to shut the... All right, so here we go at 30 seconds. And there we are. There are 7 hours on the old stream clock, and that'll wrap it up for this day's session. Risk neutral trading. I appreciate it very much. I'm going to start the new Globex stream at 1700. So I'm going to kick this one off to you right now. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow at remember, every trading day at 800. 0800 in the morning for the full stream, closing at 1500 each day, and then the new one is from 1700 till through the Asia Open. I think we'll see what happens. I just started it yesterday and I'm trying it out.